was over 900 on that name earlier, and by 10:47 a.m. ET, it is down to 508.02 on the day. That is how fast tech can humble you.
Down 46 a.m. ET BHUV25 and registers a plus $596.50 event, a meaningful corrective bounce after prior CR volatility.
Second place, Chodambara Raja is parked at $4,270 overall. No fresh trades, but the gap to first is still a live storyline.
Chuck Singh holds third with 2,853.10 in tournament profit and 19 trades logged, steady hands while others are flipping coins.
At 10:47 a.m. ET, Sunil Sulia remains at negative $1,743.20 cumulative.
At 10:51 a.m. ET, TSLA nukes Hassan Saji for negative $4,577.50. That red candle just shook the entire elevator.
And that wasn't the first hit. At 10:50 a.m. ET, TSLA already clipped him for negative $4,492.50. Catching falling knives is not a strategy.
Conversely, at 10:50 a.m. ET, AM Zen rebounded plus $1,879.80 for Hassan Saji, yet the net volatility profile remains severely negative.
Chodambara Raja is still second with $4,270 in cumulative gains, but the gap to first is more than a good morning's work.
And Nimish K. Singh is climbing with $2,748.60 overall. AMD is pumping oxygen straight into that third place stack.
At 10:49 a.m. ET, CAR delivered plus $891.50 for BHUV25N, a statistically meaningful reversal from earlier drawdown.
At 10:50 a.m. ET, MSFT shaved off negative $408.95 from Bullbeast. Nothing fatal, but momentum just cooled off.
And as of 10:52 a.m. ETAN, San Saji is buried at negative $2,060.65 for the tournament. TSLA volatility is rewriting his destiny. It is Anson versus Sheben in Market Mayhem, rank 16 against rank 12, and this elevator shaft is rattling.
As of 10:56 a.m. ET, Ansan stands at negative $2,319.85, while Sheben holds negative $209.50, a clear numerical edge for Sheben.
Sign 10:56 a.m. ET snapshot. Ansan is buried at negative 2,319.85, and Shebin is licking wounds at negative 209.50. One is a bruise, the other is a crater.
Momentum check. Anson has bled negative $2,315.35 this window, while Sheben is down negative 209.07, both slipping, but one is sliding off a cliff.
Risk posture is brutal. Ansan is sitting on 0 realized and negative 2,319.85 unrealized at 10:56 a.m. ET, while Shebin splits the pain with negative 106 realized and negative 103.50 unrealized.
Aggression scoreboard. Anson has traded 0 shares across 2 stocks, while Sheben fired 500 shares across 2 names. That is pressure versus paralysis.
At 10:56 a.m. ET, Ansan is rank 16 with negative $2,319.85, and that hole is getting deeper by the minute.
Rank 12 Shebin versus rank 16 Ansan, both red at 10:56 a.m. ET, but only one is still within striking distance of neutral.
From April 20th to 10:56 a.m. ET today, Ansan swings from plus 1092 to negative 2,319.85, while Sheben ranges from plus 262 to negative 209.50. That volatility gap is massive.
Groaning. That AM Zen surge at 10:56 a.m. ET gave Anson $2,100.15 back, but he is still parked at negative 2,319.85. That is survival, not victory.
Sheben may be red at 10:56 a.m. ET with negative 209.50, but rank 12 keeps the dream of that $1,000 first prize alive.
Two traders, same red posture at 10:56 a.m. ET, but Shebin controls the damage while Anson is fighting the tide.
This matchup at 10:56 a.m. ET is all about containment versus comeback. Shebin protecting rank 12 while Ansan swings for redemption.
One hour 30 into Market Mayhem, and it is Jayavir 116 versus Ansan versus Pooty, rank 1 against ranks 15 and 16 in a full elevator showdown.
At 11 a.m. ET, the gap is brutal. $1,956.63 for Jayavir 116 versus negative $1,836.05 for Ansan. That is not a chase, that is a canyon.
At 11 a.m. ET, Jayavir 116 commands $1,956.63 in total profit, every cent currently unrealized, a leader floating with open conviction.
Groaning. At 10:59 a.m. ET, Ansan took a minus $4,070 hit on TSLA, flipping from $2,250.3 to negative $1,819.7. That is a gut punch mid-session.
Risk posture at 11 a.m. ET. Both Javier 116 and Anson show zero realized profit, but one floats at $1,956.63 and the other sinks at negative $1,836.05.
Aggression check at 11 a.m. ET. Jayaveer 116 has touched 7 stocks while Pooty has traded 2 but pushed 640 shares. That is sniper versus scalper chaos.
Swing extremes tell the story. Jayaveer 116 climbed from a trough of negative $799.1 to a peak of $2,223.98, while Ansan ranged from $1,225.75 down to negative $2,496.45.
Compare the rebound arcs. Javier 116 from negative $799.1 to $1,956.63 by 11 a.m. ET. Pooty from negative $1,069.75 to negative $19.5, both climbing but only one above ground.
Rank 1 at $1,956.63. Rank 15 at negative $1,836.05. Rank 16 at negative $19.5 as of 11 a.m. ET. That podium gap is screaming.
$11 a.m. ET and Javier 116 stands at $1,956.63 with improving momentum of $2,755.73 over the window, the $1,000 first prize shining directly above. This is the headline clash. Javier 116 rank 1 versus BHEV 25 and rank 4, the Summit versus the Surge in Market Mayhem.
Sighing 11:04 a.m. ET snapshot. 1,924.77 for Jayaveer 116 versus 1,471.50 for Boov 25-0. That gap is real money, not vibes.
Look at the swing. Javier 116 from minus 799.10 to a peak of 2,210.28. PO 25 and from minus 387 to 1,471.50. Both survived fire, but one built a skyscraper.
Aggression meter says Jayaveer 116 traded 0 shares across 7 stocks, Boov 25 and fired 1,300 shares across 4. Patience versus trigger finger.
And at 11:03 a.m. ET, BHF 25 and explodes KR for plus $14.11, swinging from minus 262 to 1149. That is a comeback punch.
Peak comparison, Jayaveer 116 topped at 2,210.28, while BOOV 25 and peaks at 1,471.50 as of 11:04 a.m. ET. That ceiling difference matters late game.
Rank 1 Jayavir 116 sitting on $1924.77 at 11:04 a.m. ET, guarding that $1,000 first prize with unrealized steal.
Realized discipline versus floating exposure. 0 locked in for Jayavir 116 and minus 262. Realized for BOOV 25 and into 11:04 a.m. ET. That is 2 different stress levels.
Share count versus symbol spread. 1,300 shares for BITUV 25 and 0 shares logged for Jayavir 116, but across 7 stocks. That is sniper versus sprayer.
Bottom line at 11:04 a.m. ET. Rank 1 at 1,924.77 and rank 4 at 1,471.50. The leader has cushion, but the chaser has momentum.
At 11:07 a.m. ET, Jayavir Medali detonates plus $1,700 on MMM and storms to $6,250.83 in total tournament profit. The throne just got reinforced with steel.
Whiplash at 11:07 a.m. ET, B of 25 and just ate a minus $904.50 big loss. That is a vertical red candle through the floor.
And despite clawing back Sir earlier, at 11:07 a.m. ET, he is sitting on negative $4.50 for the entire tournament. That is a brutal reset.
But rewind to 11:06 a.m. ET on CR, he was up $12.77 in a single burst. This ticker is pure chaos energy.
And the volatility monster strikes again at 11:06 a.m. ET. TSLA slams ANSAN Saji for minus $4,045. That is thunder rolling through the basement.
High. He tried to patch it with AMSN at 11:05 a.m. ET for plus $23.49.75, but the net tournament damage still reads negative $12.50.30.
Quietly at 11:03 a.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh printed plus $11.49 on AMD, reinforcing his third-place position with $3,607.10 in cumulative tournament gains.
Gaspin E is a trampoline for Abhijit Kaktikar. Plus act 100 sex on $50 at Elfas Nuldrai AM ET, then minus 500 act dollars and 2 on 50 cents on MSFT at Elfas Null Sex AM ET. That is back and forth ping pong.
Chidambara Raja is still parked in second with $4,270 total tournament profit. Steady hands while the rest of the lobby sets itself on fire.
From a statistical recovery perspective, Sunil Solya has improved to negative $1,481.80 in cumulative performance, yet remains rank 16 with significant variance required to re-enter contention.
1 hour and 42 minutes in the Market Mayhem, and it is a heavyweight showdown between first place and third place in the elevated division.
At 11:12 a.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali holds rank 1 with $2,121.88 total since 11:12 a.m. ET, while Nimish K. Singh sits rank 3 with $1,619 at 11:12 a.m. ET, a clear but contestable gap.
Look at the swing from the gutter to the penthouse. Jayaveer Madali climbed from minus 799.1 to 2,121.88 by 11:12 a.m. ET, while Nimish K. Singh dug out from minus 304.25 to 1619 by 11:12 a.m. ET.
Risk posture split. Jayaveer Madali shows 0 realized and 2,121.88 unrealized at 11:12 a.m. ET, but Nimish K. Singh has 1429 realized and only 190 unrealized at 11:12 a.m. ET. That is conviction versus cashing out.
Gasping at 11:08 a.m. ET, Javier Madali blasted for plus $1,758, rocketing his symbol PNL from 242.38 to 2,000.38 in a single surge.
Leader versus Hunter. Jayaveer Madali peaks at 2,121.88 by 11:12 a.m. ET. Nimish K. Singh peaks at 1619 by 11:12 a.m. ET. Both at session highs, but only one wears the crown.
And at 11:10 a.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh punched back on TSLA for plus $776.5, flipping from minus 331.87 to 444.63 in a blink.
The comeback math is brutal. 2,121.88 for Javier Madali at 11:12 a.m. ET versus 1619 for Nimish K. Singh at 11:12 a.m. ET. $500 of daylight in a sprint format.
If Nimish K. Singh keeps firing 14000 share barrages while Javier Madali stays patient across 7 names, this turns into chaos versus composure.
Chuckm line. By 11:12 a.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali has engineered a $2,920.98 climb from his trough to 2,121.88. That is controlled recovery.
And by 11:12 a.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh has rallied $1,625 off his low to stand at $1,619. The hunter is very much alive. At 11:15 a.m. ET, explodes again for plus $1, 863.00, and Jayaveer Madali tightens his grip on first place like a champion, refusing to blink.
Screamin' Out is a roller coaster at 11:15 a.m. ET, first plus $953.00, and then a brutal minus $579. Big loss for BOF 25NN. That ticker is flipping traders upside down.
TSLA strikes again at 11:15 a.m. ET with a savage minus $4,041.25 blow to Ansan Saji. That is volatility breathing fire.
As of 11:16 a.m. ET, AN Sansaji remains last with minus $1,104.20 in total tournament performance. The intraminute TSLA variance overwhelming intermittent AM Zen recoveries.
Third place is still alive with fire. Nimish K. Singh holding $3,717.10 in tournament profit at 11:16 a.m. ET and stalking the top two like a predator.
Notably, Chidambara Raja remains second overall with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit and no fresh timestamps, a study in strategic inactivity.
One hour and 50 minutes into Market Mayhem, and Jayavir Maddali is still the emperor of this elevator with $6,422.21 in total tournament profit. The throne is blazing.
Screaming Etsar is a roller coaster, and at 11:19 a.m. ET, Beaver 25 and detonates for plus $1,583 on SAR. That ticker just flipped from villain to hero.
Easy there. At 11:19 a.m. ET, he also logs a big loss of minus $535. That's what happens when you wrestle volatility without a helmet.
Gasping AM Zen Lifeline at 11:19 a.m. ET for AN Sansaji plus $2,558.4 on Amazon. That is a full respawn after the Tesla nightmares.
Indeed, at 11:19 a.m. ET, the AMZN sequence prints $2,558.4, materially reducing drawdown, though his cumulative tournament figure remains negative at negative $1,059.6.
But disaster strikes at 11:19 a.m. ET. Bull Beast gets clipped for minus $620.62 on MSFT. That is a sharp red candle to the ribs.
And don't forget, at 11:17 a.m. ET, Javier Madali blasted plus $1,813 on MMM. The leader is not just defending, he is farming points.
Nimish K. Singh currently occupies third with $3,699.1 in cumulative tournament profit, maintaining pressure on second while preserving structural upside.
Down at the bottom, Sunasulia sits at negative $1,519.8 for the tournament. AN Sansaji fights at negative $1,059.6. And every green print from here is survival mode in this elevator arena. 1 hour and 54 minutes into Market Mayhem, and at 11:23 a.m. ET, Javier Madali stands tall with $6,385.76 in total tournament profit. The throne is blazing.
At 11:23 a.m. ET, AMD explodes again for plus $1,309.5 for Nimish K. That ticker is a combo streak that will not quit.
Back at 11:22 a.m. ET, he already punched in another $1,264.5 on AMD. That is disciplined aggression stacking into $3,789.6 total for the tournament.
And at 11:23 a.m. ET, car detonates upward for plus $2,223.5 for BOV25 and a full throttle reversal into positive territory.
Wait, at 11:23 a.m. ET, AM Zenon slaps in plus $24.18 for ANC and Saji. That is a lifeline thrown into the abyss.
Yes, but zoom out. Even after that 11:23 a.m. ET, AM Zen rebound, he sits at negative $1,123.75 for the tournament, still glued to 15th place.
TSLA flips green at 11:22 a.m. ET for plus $657.65 for Bull Beast, a sharp counterpunch and a brutal tape.
AMD is basically on fire. 3 straight monster prints into 11:23 a.m. ET, and Nimish K. Singh is knocking on the door of that $4,270 second place stack.
And through all that noise, Javier Madali at 11:23 a.m. ET quietly adds up to $2,126.38 on the day, extending that cumulative $6,385.76 lead like a professional.
The elevated division is pure velocity right now. AMD surging, KR resurrected, AMZN whipping traders around, and with 4 hours and 36 minutes left, the $1,000 first prize is still under siege. Welcome to the showdown. Prof Power 07 versus Prowler versus Shaban, and at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 22nd, Prof Power 07 stands tall with $141 in total P&L, leaving rank 10 and 11 staring up at him.
And it gets darker. At 3:28 p.m. ET today, Sheben is buried at minus $267.4, while at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 22nd, Prowler is only down minus 15.8. That gap is a canyon.
Brav Parwar 07 locked in $141 fully realized at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 22nd. Zero unrealized exposure. A clean, disciplined finish.
Aggression meter says Shebin traded 920 shares across 2 stocks by 11:28 a.m. ET today. Prof Power 07 only 600 shares in 1 stock by 3:59 p.m. ET April 22nd, and Prowler 316 shares in 1 stock. Very different throttle settings.
Rank 9 versus Rank 10 at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 22nd. Prof Awar 07 at plus $141. Towers over Prowler at minus 15.8. That is control versus scramble.
Compare the damage. Shebin's trough is minus 267.4 at 11:28 a.m. ET today. Prowler's worst was minus 127.75 earlier, before closing at minus 15.8 by 3:59 p.m. ET, April 22nd. Pain levels not equal.
Prof Awar 07's entire $141 stack was banked by 3:59 p.m. ET on April 22nd. No open risk. That is a statement in this elevator arena.
Prowler's total sits at minus $15.8 at 3:59 p.m. ET on April 22nd, almost flat, which in this chaos feels like barely dodging a bullet.
Casping head-to-head $141 for Prof Power 07 at 3:59 p.m. ET April 22nd versus minus 15.8 for Prowler at the same timestamp. That is a straight-up scoreboard gap.
Leader versus chasers. Rank 9 at plus 141 by 3:59 p.m. ET, April 22nd. Rank 10 at minus 15.8 and rank 11 at minus 267.4 by 11:28 a.m. ET today. The hierarchy is crystal clear.
Grony traders, same window but by their last timestamps only Prof Power 07 is green at plus 141, while Prowler and Shebin are negative. That is the brutal math of this bracket.
With 4 hours and 32 minutes left in the session, Prof Power 07 defends $141 from 3:59 p.m. ET April 22nd, while Prowler and Shebin hunt from negative ground. This compare battle is still alive.
(11:31 a.m. ET), and Javier Medali detonates MMM for $1,762 on the day, pushing his cumulative tournament profit to $6,257.08 at 11:31 a.m. ET. The throne just got reinforced.
Screamin' absolute rocket at 11:31 a.m. ET, BOF 25, Anas is sitting on $3,171.5 from that ticker alone. That is a vertical green candle with teeth. Gasping just keeps printing $1089 at 11:31 a.m. ET for Nimish K. Singh and his daily total rockets to $1362 at 11:31 a.m. ET.
His cumulative tournament figure now reads $3,460.1 at 11:31 a.m. ET, statistically tightening the race for second place.
The volatility king Ansan Saji gets slammed again. TSLA rips minus $3,775 at 11:30 a.m. ET. That is a brutal redraw of the battlefield.
TSLA tries to rescue Bull Beast with $510.1 at 11:30 a.m. ET, but the tournament total is still negative $467.12 at 11:31 a.m. ET. That climb is steep.
With $6,257.08 in cumulative profit at 11:31 a.m. ET, Javier Medali is not just leading Market Mayhem, he is dictating who even gets to dream about that $1,000 first prize. At 11:35 a.m. ET, Javier Madali stands tall with $6,308.36 in total tournament profit, still clutching first place in Market Mayhem.
Screaming AMD is a rocket ship at 11:35 a.m. ET, plus $1,470 for Nimish K. Singh, and his daily total explodes to $1,675.5.
As of 11:35 a.m. ET, his cumulative tournament figure is $3,773.6, statistically reinforcing his hold on third while compressing the gap to second.
Out of nowhere, at 11:35 a.m. ET, Care detonates for plus $28.22, and BOV 25 AIM flips the day to $25.60 in profit.
Gasping TSLA just body slammed Sian Saji again at 11:35 a.m. ET for negative $3,820. His daily plunges to negative $1,661.35.
TSLA redemption arc at 11:35 a.m. ET, plus $563.1 for Bull Beast, clawing his daily back to negative 261.62.
AMD hit him at 11:33 a.m. ET for $1,263, again at 11:34 a.m. ET for $1,431, and now $1,470 at 11:35 a.m. ET. That ticker is pure overdrive.
At 11:40 a.m. ET, and the throne still belongs to Javier Madley, standing tall with $6,280.56 in cumulative tournament profit. As of 11:40 a.m. ET, the elevated division crown is glowing.
At 11:39 a.m. ET, CAR absolutely erupts for plus $2787 on BUF25N. That is a rocket booster strapped to fourth place.
And that was after a string of car prints between 11:34 and 11:36 a.m. ET, all north of $2,800. That is not luck, that is pressing the hot hand.
Meanwhile, at 11:37 a.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh hammers AMD for plus $1,359. That is fuel for a third place siege.
Gasping TSLA is a horror movie at 11:34, 11:35, 11:36, 11:38, and 11:39 AM ET for AN Sansagi. Multiple hits over minus $3,000 each. That chart is a cliff dive.
Even so, as of 11:40 a.m. ETAN Sansagi sits at negative $1,118.35 in cumulative tournament performance, statistically last place with significant recovery required.
It trims the damage, but the tournament ledger still shows negative $498.12 as of 11:40 a.m. ET. That is a long climb back to the payout line.
And through all this chaos, nobody has knocked Javier Madali off the mountain. $6,280.56 at 11:40 a.m. ET and counting. The lobby is chasing a ghost.
At 11:43 a.m. ET, AMD detonates for plus $1,333.50 on Nimish K. Singh. That is a vertical launch straight at the podium.
Meanwhile, at 11:43 a.m. ET, TSLA rips minus $3,608.75 out of AN Sansagi. That is the kind of whiplash that sends you to the bottom floor.
The sequence between 11:39 and 11:43 a.m. ET shows alternating TSLA drawdowns exceeding $3,000 each, statistically a case study in concentrated volatility risk for AN Sansagi.
And do not blink. At 11:41 a.m. ET, MMM Blast plus $1,828 for Javier Madali, the king reinforcing his throne with pure momentum.
Gasping that AMD chain at 11:41 and 11:43 AM ET is stacking green candles for Nimish K. Singh. He is pressing third place with serious intent.
Chidambara Raja is still parked in second with $4,270 in cumulative profit. No fresh prints while the others are throwing haymakers.
Kiar has completely flipped the script for BHEV 25 AIM. Those back-to-back spikes into 11:43 a.m. ET are dragging him up the standings with force.
As of 11:44 a.m. ET, Sunil Sulia remains in 16th with negative $1,622.80 cumulative, a deep deficit but not yet mathematically terminal.
TSLA is a roller coaster with no seatbelt for N-Sensor G. Every bounce on AM Zain gets erased by another red slash before 11:43 AM ET.
At 11:48 a.m. ET, Javier Madali is still king of Market Mayhem with $6,254.71 in total tournament profit. The throne is glowing hot.
At 11:47 a.m. ET, AMZN just blasted plus $605.50 for Nimish K. Singh. That is jet fuel into third place.
That 11:47 a.m. ET AMZ in expansion elevates Nimish K. Singh to $3,386.10 in cumulative tournament profit, materially tightening the race for second.
And at 11:47 a.m. ET car detonates for plus $28.86 for BOV 2509. That is a full throttle comeback play.
TSLA just body slammed N Sen Saji for minus $3,635 at 11:47 a.m. ET. That ticker is pure electricity.
Within the same 11:47 a.m. ET interval, AMZN rebounded plus $2160.60 for ANSAN Saji, a classic cross-ticker whipsaw sequence.
Even with that bounce, his tournament ledger reads negative $987.95 at 11:48 a.m. ET, still glued to 15th place.
Despite that 11:42 a.m. ET TSLA recovery, Bull Beast remains at negative $777.62 cumulatively, a statistically significant drawdown.
Down in 16th to Sunels, sits at negative $1,524.80 overall. But with 4 hours and 12 minutes left, this elevator can still rise. At 11:51 a.m. ET, AMZ just detonated for plus $2,000.70 on AM San Saji. That is a resurrection candle from the depths.
Groaning net result as of 11:51 a.m. ET. He is still sitting on negative $1398.05 on the day. Volatility is not a strategy.
At 11:51 a.m. ET car printed plus $3,427 for BHUV 25N, a statistically violent upside displacement.
That blast rockets BHEV 25 onto $3,050 in total tournament profit as of 11:51 a.m. ET. Rank 4 is now breathing down the podium.
And at 11:45 a.m. ET, AMD added another $10.35 for Nimish K. Singh, steady stacking while others are flipping coins.
Consequently, as of 11:51 a.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh holds $3,386.10 in cumulative tournament gains, maintaining third place with measurable stability.
But the throne is still occupied. At 11:51 a.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali commands $6,291.58 in total tournament profit.
Meanwhile, Sunil Sulia is still buried at negative $14.05.80 for the tournament. As of 11:51 a.m. ET, that comeback clock is ticking loud.
Even after the AMSN surge, AN Sesha remains at negative $958.55 in cumulative tournament performance as of 11:51 a.m. ET, rank 15 with high variance exposure.
Two hours and 26 minutes into Market Mayhem, and the elevator leaderboard is shaking again.
As of 11:55 a.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali leads the tournament with $6,190.65 in cumulative gains, maintaining rank 1 with statistical authority.
At 11:55 a.m. ET, Boof 25 and just detonated CR for plus $3,858.50, flipping that symbol from negative 262 to 3,596.5 in a heartbeat.
But the volatility crown belongs to Ansan Saji. TSLA just slammed him for minus $3,288.75 at 11:55 a.m. ET.
Sighing the damage is cumulative by 11:55 a.m. ET. His tournament total sits at negative $1,014.3, rank 15 and drifting.
Quietly in second place, Chidambara Raja holds $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit, a meaningful buffer above the chasing pack.
Nimish K. Singh is still in the hunt, $3,386.1 in total gains as of 11:55 a.m. ET, and 44 trades of pure pressure.
Groaning. Down in 14th, Bullbeast is sitting at negative $784.62 for the tournament as of 11:55 a.m. ET, 16 trades and still underwater.
Sunil Sulia presents a paradox, positive $271.5 on the day at 11:55 a.m. ET, yet negative $1,328.8 across the full tournament sample.
CAR is the hottest ticker on the screen. 3 consecutive surges into 11:55 a.m. ET and BOF25 and S, riding every green candle.
Still, the crown remains with Jayaveer Madali at $6,190.65 as of 11:55 a.m. ET, and everyone else is trading for scraps beneath him.
Two and a half hours in the Market Mayhem, and Jayaveer Madali is still the apex predator, sitting on $6,216.11 in total tournament gains as of 12 p.m. ET.
Volatility spike at 11:55 a.m. ET, BF25 and just detonated CR for plus $3,858.50, flipping that symbol from minus 262 to $3,596.50 in a blink.
And here comes the chaos spiral. At 11:59 a.m. ET, AN San Saji gets crushed on TSLA for negative $3,101.25, a red candle from the heavens.
Net effect is still deeply negative. AN Saji stands 13th with minus $670.65 in cumulative tournament performance as of 12 p.m. ET.
Do not sleep on Nimish K. Singh. 44 trades fired and $3,386.10 in total tournament profit as of 12 p.m. ET. That is endurance warfare.
That MMM expansion reinforces why Jayaveer Madali maintains rank 1. The statistical cushion over second place remains significant at this stage of the session.
And spare a thought for Sunil Sulia, negative $14.21.80 overall for the tournament even after clawing around today. That is a long road back.
4 hours left in the trading day. Prize pool $1,750. And the $1,000 first prize is still glowing above Jayaveer Madali like a halo of alpha. 2 hours and 34 minutes into Market Mayhem, and Javier Maddaley still reigns supreme with $6,163.65 in cumulative tournament profit at 12:04 p.m. ET. The throne is holding firm.
Screamer is an absolute rocket for BWET25 and at 12:03 p.m. ET, ripping plus $3,956.50 in a single symbol burst and flipping the momentum board neon green.
But the volatility crown belongs to Insan Saji. TSLA detonates for minus $3,000 at 12:02 p.m. ET. That is a red shockwave across the arena.
Even with that 12:03 p.m. ET AM Zen rebound, Insan Saji is still sitting at negative $702.95 for the tournament at 12:04 p.m. ET. That hole is deep.
And do not sleep on Nimish K. Singh, $3,386.10 at 12:04 p.m. ET, grinding 44 trades deep and hunting that podium payout.
Sinal Sulia may be up $178.50 on the day, but at 12:04 p.m. ET, the tournament total reads negative $1421.80. That is the long shadow of earlier losses.
$12:07 p.m. ET, and BOV25 and just detonates CIR for plus $4,071.50, a vertical green missile that shakes the entire elevator.
As of 12:07 p.m. ET, Javier Maddaley remains rank 1 with $6,144.91 in cumulative tournament profit, statistically stable despite the surge beneath him.
And the whiplash at 12:07 p.m. ET, AMZ Gene Prince, plus $1,877.85 for AAC and Saji right after the TSLA slam. That ticker tug of war is insane.
The 12:07 p.m. ET leaderboard confirms BHUV25 and holding third with $3,694.50 in cumulative tournament gains, compressing the gap to second place.
And do not sleep on Nimish K. Singh, 44 trades logged and $3,386.10 cumulative. That is a volume machine waiting for a breakout.
3 hours and 52 minutes remain in Market Mayhem, and Jayaveer Madali stands atop the mountain with $6,144.91 in tournament profit, but the elevator cables are rattling beneath him. Two hours and 42 minutes into Market Mayhem, and at 12:12 p.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali still commands first place with $6,152.95 in total tournament profit. The crown is steady, but the floor is shaking.
Screamin' just keeps printing fireworks for Pew 525 and at 12:11 p.m. ET. It blasted plus $4,460.5 on that ticker and flipped the entire energy of the mid pack.
Back to CR at 12:10 p.m. ET. Another plus $4,543 for BO25 Anand. This ticker is not trading, it is erupting.
Gasping, it is chaos rotation at 12:10 p.m. ET. AMZN snaps back plus $1,833 for ANCN Sadyab, but TSLA keeps yanking the rug. Seconds later,
Long 11 p.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali records a minus $794.2 contraction on MA, partially offset by an $837.38 expansion on Cisco at 12:11 p.m. ET, a hedged oscillation rather than panic.
And do not forget the silent sentinel, Chidambara Raja, locked in second with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit at 12:12 p.m. ET, waiting for the leaders to slip.
Groaning. At 12:12 p.m. ET, Ansan Saji sits last overall with minus $1,265.65 in total tournament performance. Volatility without edge is just tuition.
Two hours and 46 minutes into Market Mayhem, and at 12:15 p.m. ET, Javier Madali is commanding first place with $6,202.66 in total tournament profit. The throne is still burning.
Screaming Doches went nuclear at 12:15 p.m. ET, plus $4,604 on the symbol for Power 25, and then that daily total rockets to $4,342.
From negative 262 to over 4 grand on car in minutes. That is how you flip a script and bully the tape into submission.
Meanwhile, at 12:14 p.m. ETSLA slices Ansan Saji for minus $3,452.5 on the symbol. That is volatility with fangs.
As of 12:15 p.m. ET, his cumulative tournament figure stands at negative $1,147.9. The repeated Tesla variance, statistically overwhelming intermittent recoveries.
Do not ignore the hunter in fourth, Nemish K. Singh at 12:15 p.m. ET, sitting on $3,386.1 in total tournament profit, coiled and waiting.
Sunil Sulia remains last with negative $1,421.8 in cumulative tournament performance at 12:15 p.m. ET, a deficit requiring statistically significant upside to escape.
2 hours and 50 minutes in the Market Mayhem, and at 12:20 p.m. ET, Javier Madali stands at $6,177.95 in total tournament profit. The throne is still blazing in the elevator division.
That 12:19 p.m. ET car print escalates BHUV25 and to $4,969.5 in cumulative tournament profit, statistically compressing the gap to first place.
It was a full cascade at 12:11 p.m. ET. SLA slammed him for minus $3,847.5. And the red just kept flashing.
Do not ignore the leader. At 12:19 p.m. ET, Sixco Prince plus $834.63 for Javier Madali. That is defensive mastery, while the challengers brawl.
Nimish K. Singh holds fourth with $3,386.1 in cumulative tournament profit as of 12:20 p.m. ET, active with 44 trades and quietly within striking distance of the podium.
Car kept stacking at 12:14, 12:15, 12:16, 12:17, and then 12:19 p.m. ET. Every minute, another green punch for Boof 25 Anand.
From negative territory to nearly $5,000 in total tournament profit at 12:20 p.m. ET. BL 25 and is storming the gates of that $1,000 first prize.
Conversely, NSA Saji now reflects minus $1,039.75 in cumulative tournament performance at 12:20 p.m. ET, a drawdown that materially complicates any path back to payout contention.
KR is an absolute launch sequence at 12:21 p.m. ET BF 25 and detonates plus $5,284.5 on that ticker, and the arena just felt the shockwave.
By 12:23 p.m. ET, his daily total reads $5,016, while his cumulative tournament figure stands at $4,901, a statistically significant compression toward first place.
And do not forget the precision strike at 12:21 p.m. ET Seco Prince plus $873.13 for Javier Madali, a clean extension of the throne.
Groaning. At 12:23 p.m. ET, his daily figure sits at minus $1,632.85, and the tournament total is now minus $1,193.35. That is the cost of dancing with TSLA volatility.
This is a two-man sprint for that $1,000 first prize. Javier Maddaley at $6,185.48 versus Booth 25 and at $4,901 as of 12:23 p.m. ET.
Quietly parked in third is Chidambara Raja at $4,270 for the tournament. No fresh timestamp, but still very much in the payout conversation.
Lower on the table at 12:23 p.m. ET, Bull Beast Records minus $776.62 for the tournament, a drawdown that mathematically narrows comeback optionality.
Sunil Sulia fights from the basement, minus $1,421.8 for the tournament at 12:23 p.m. ET, but still swinging with 24 trades on the board.
Nausil Patel shows minus $69.95 for the tournament at 12:23 p.m. ET, despite a small green day. That is how slow the climb can be.
From 12:11 p.m. ET to 12:21 p.m. ET, KR delivered wave after wave for BOV 25 on a volatility harvest that has the entire elevator division chanting his name. Nearly 3 hours into Market Mayhem, and Javier Maddaley is still the apex predator, sitting on $6,152.16 in cumulative tournament profit as of 12:28 p.m. ET. The throne is fortified.
Dat car spike at 12:20 p.m. ET was even fatter at plus $5,346.5, and you could almost hear the order book gasp.
Statistically, that sequence from 12:16 p.m. ET through 12:21 p.m. ET shows consecutive CR gains above $4,600, a rare clustered volatility expansion.
Gasping, meanwhile, TSLA just keeps body slamming NSN Saji minus $3,515 at 12:22 p.m. ET, and another minus $3,460 at 12:23 p.m. ET. That chart is a trapdoor.
But AMZN fires back at 12:26 p.m. ET with plus $1,930.5, and again at 12:27 p.m. ET with plus $1,971.45. Ansaya Saji is swinging until the bell. Do not forget the leader stacking clean hits. Cisco printed plus $873.13 at 12:21 p.m. ET for Javier Maddaley. Pure composure under pressure.
And lurking in fourth, Nimish K. Singh holds $3,386.1 in cumulative profit as of 12:28 p.m. ET. That gap to third is tight enough to taste.
Third place Chidambara Raja shows $4,270 cumulatively, and with no fresh timestamp, the position is stable but vulnerable.
The real headline is momentum. B Hovey 25 and riding car volatility rockets to $4,901 cumulative as of 12:28 p.m. ET. Second place is blazing. (12:32 p.m. ET), and the throne still burns bright. Javier Madali holding first with $6,140.78 in cumulative tournament profit as of 12:32 p.m. ET.
And as of 12:32 p.m. ET, that Serge Parks BOV 25 and at $4,901 for the tournament. Still chasing first, but finally within striking distance.
Chidambara Raja remains third at $4,270 cumulatively, a stable plateau but now mathematically pressured by the volatility above.
Gaspin LA just keeps body slamming, and SN Saji at 12:31 p.m. ET, it ripped minus $3,317.50. That is pure red velocity.
But AM Zen fires back at 12:32 p.m. ET with plus $1,989 for AN San Saji. That is defiance in the face of chaos.
Mayhem keeps paying the king at 12:31 p.m. ET plus $1,753 for Javier Madali. That is how you defend a crown.
He even stacked Sicko earlier at 12:21 p.m. ET for plus $873.13. Steady base hits behind the highlight reels.
Do not ignore fourth place, Nimish K. Singh at $3,386.10 cumulatively as of 12:32 p.m. ET. 44 trades of relentless pressure. 3 hours and 6 minutes into Market Mayhem, and Javier Maddaley is still the emperor, sitting on $6,157.71 in cumulative tournament profit as of 12:35 p.m. ET.
And the whiplash is brutal because at 12:35 p.m. ET, AMZN prints plus $1983.15 right before that, a perfect hedge that still leaves him bleeding.
The sequence from 12:24 p.m. through 12:35 p.m. ET shows alternating TSLA drawdowns exceeding $3,000 and AMZN recoveries near 2,000, statistically extreme volatility concentration.
Back-to-back MMM spikes at 12:28 and 12:31 p.m. ET, $1,797 and then $1,753. That is combo damage on the entire lobby.
Quietly, Boov 25 and is parked in second with $4,901 in cumulative tournament profit as of 12:35 p.m. ET, 8 trades and efficient pressure.
Chidambara Raja holds third at $4,270 in cumulative profit, inactive on the tape yet still within statistical striking distance of second.
Nimish K. Singh is grinding in fourth with $3,386.10 as of 12:35 p.m. ET, 44 trades of relentless pressure.
But zoom out and Ansan Saji is still at negative $562.35 in cumulative tournament profit as of 12:35 p.m. ET, dead last and fighting the clock.
Half the lobby is dodging bullets, but Javier Maddaley is stacking green, first place, $6,157.71 as of 12:35 p.m. ET, and the $1,000 top prize is glowing. "3 hours and 10 minutes into Market Mayhem, and Javier Maddaley still commands the elevator with $6,067.91 in cumulative tournament profit as of 12:40 p.m. ET. The throne is fortified."
Groaning. Ansan Saji is the definition of whiplash. Even after that chaos, he is sitting at negative $624.10 overall as of 12:40 p.m. ET, still buried in 13th.
But at 12:39 p.m. ET, AMZN fires back, plus $1,948.05 for AMZN Saji. That is a counterpunch from the depths.
Chakla Kangorsali quietly dropped a big win of plus $823.75 at 12:29 p.m. ET. Not flashy, but that is how you crawl up from the basement.
And do not forget at 12:39 p.m. ET Cisco pumped plus $820.88 for Javier Madali, the leader stacking more green on top of green.
Earlier at 12:31 p.m. ET exploded
Nimish
for
K.
plus
Singh remains fourth with
$17.53 for Javier Madali. That was the
$3,386.10 in cumulative
reinforcement that
tournament
keeps him
profit
miles ahead
as
of
of
the pack.
12:40 p.m. ET. A stable platform but requiring acceleration to breach the
Down in
podium.
15th, Bull Beast is stuck at negative $801.62 overall as of 12:40 p.m. ET. Digging out of that hole is going to take something
$6,067.91 at
heroic.
12:40 p.m. ET for Javier Madali, and the elevator is running out of floors for everyone else. Somebody has to hit a monster play to shake this up.
At 12:44 p.m. ET, Javier Madali still reigns supreme with $6,090.26 in cumulative tournament profit. The throne in Market Mayhem is blazing.
TSLA just keeps punching at 12:44 p.m. ET. It shows AN Sayan Saji down $1247.50 on the day. That ticker is a lightning storm.
Between 12:32 p.m. ET and 12:44 p.m. ET, TSLA ripped more than $3,000 per swing out of AN Sansagi multiple times. That is not volatility, that is self-inflicted trauma.
At 12:44 p.m. ET, AMZN partially offsets the damage with a $1950 positive print for AN Sayan Saji, a textbook cross-ticker hedge attempt under stress.
At 12:44 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh is sitting on $3,386.10 overall, third place and stalking the payout zone.
Chidambara Raja remains parked in third on the grand board at $4,270 cumulative, but without fresh trades, the momentum belongs to someone else.
This is a full-blown TSLA versus AMZN duel for AN Saji at 12:44 p.m. ET. Red $3,000 plunges, followed by green $2,000 spikes.
Sunil Solia is still down $1,421.80 overall at 12:44 p.m. ET, last place, and the clock is ticking.
3 hours and 14 minutes in, and Javier Madali still commands first at 12:44 p.m. ET. But with over 3 hours left, this elevator can still swing violently. 3 hours and 18 minutes into Market Mayhem, and at 12:48 p.m. ET, Javier Madali is still on the throne with $6,144.08 in total tournament profit. The crown is glowing.
Chidambara Raja is parked in third with $4,270 overall. No fresh prints, but still very much in the money conversation.
TSLA is a chainsaw again at 12:48 p.m. ET. AN San Saji just ate minus $3,722.50 on that ticker. That is pure volatility.
Within the same 12:48 p.m. ET interval, AMZN countered plus $1938.30 for AN San Saji, a textbook cross-ticker whipsaw.
And at 12:47 p.m. ET, Cisco explodes for plus $866.25 for Javier Madali. The leader is still pressing the gas.
At 12:48 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh remains fourth with $3,386.10 in cumulative tournament gains, high activity but currently contained.
Sunil Sulia is still in 16th at 12:48 p.m. ET with negative $1421.80, but with 3 hours and 12 minutes left, this elevator can still rise. Three hours and 22 minutes into Market Mayhem, and it is a three-way collision in the elevator division. Madhav Zerv versus Anusha 25_12 versus Pro Farwar 07.
Momentum check. Madhavsar rips a $330.25 surge by 3:59 p.m. ET, April 22nd, while Prof Power 07 clocks a $141.05 climb by that same 3:59 p.m. ET snapshot. That is a head-to-head charge.
Risk posture is wild here. Madhavsar fully realized at $331.5 by 3:59 p.m. ET, April 22nd. Prof Power 07 fully realized at $141 by that same 3:59 p.m. ET mark. But Anusha 25_12 is floating all $62 unrealized at 12:52 p.m. ET today.
Gasping Anusha 25_12 hit a trough of -$250 at 3:57 p.m. ET on April 20th. But Prof Power 07 only dipped to -$64 at 2:28 p.m. ET on April 21st. That is a massive volatility gap.
Rank 6 versus rank 7, $331.5 at 3:59 p.m. ET, April 22nd for Madhavsar against $62 at 12:52 p.m. ET. Today for Anusha 25_12. That gap is real, but it is not insurmountable.
Anusha 25_12 is pure open risk right now. $62 unrealized at 12:52 p.m. ET today and zero realized. That means one sharp move and this ranking explodes.
All three show improving momentum, but only Madhavsar has converted that into $331.5 by 3:59 p.m. ET, April 22nd, while Anusha 25_12 sits at $62 at 12:52 p.m. ET, and Profile War 07 at $141 by 3:59 p.m. ET, April 22nd.
Gasping the pressure, Madhavsar locked at $331.5 since 3:59 p.m. ET, April 22nd, while Anusha 25_12 is live at $62 at 12:52 p.m. ET today. That gap can shrink in minutes.
Still, Madhavsar stands tall at $331.5 as of 3:59 p.m. ET, April 22nd, rank 6, and guarding that $1,000 first prize dream from below.
Seventh versus eighth is razor thin, $141 at 3:59 p.m. ET, April 22nd, for Prof Power 07 against $62 at 12:52 p.m. ET. Today for Anusha 25_12, one breakout, and they flip.
This is the showdown. BOV 25 and now versus Jayavir 116 versus Nimisho FR. And as of 12:56 p.m. ET, the leader by rank is Jayavir 116 at number 1, while BOV 25 and now sits second, and Nimisho FR is fourth.
Meanwhile, at 12:56 p.m. ET, Jayavir 116 is sitting on $1,776.95 total, and every cent of it is unrealized. That is open risk.
Look at the contrast. At 12:56 p.m. ET, BOV 25 and has 5,016 realized, while Jayavir 116 holds $1,776.95 unrealized. That is book gains versus floating fire.
Groaning, Jayavir 116 hit a trough of -$799.10 at 9:31 a.m. ET and peaked at $2099.43 at 2:39 p.m. ET yesterday compared to Nimish FR's tighter swing band.
And here is the paradox. At 12:56 p.m. ET, Jayavir 116 shows 0 shares traded, but 7 stocks touched, while Nimish Ref also worked 7 stocks with massive share volume.
Haag. POV 25's climb from negative 1392 at 10:20 a.m. ET to 5016 at 12:56 p.m. ET is a recovery arc most traders never finish.
Gasping at 12:51 p.m. ET, Jayavir 116 ripped Cisco for plus $842.88, flipping that symbol from $969.505 to $1812.38.
That 12:51 p.m. ET Cisco surge for Javir 116 contrasts sharply with Booth 25, an already sitting fully realized at 5016 by 12:56 p.m. ET open offense versus closed victory lap.
3 styles, 1 battlefield at 12:56 p.m. ET, Jayavir 116 leading by rank, Bushu 25 and dominating in raw profit at 5016, and Nimish Raka grinding volume with 18000 shares.
If momentum continues from 12:56 p.m. ET, Behoove 25 and Ains $5,017.50 delta threatens the throne of Javir 116, whose delta sits at $25.76.05.
At 12:47 p.m. ET, Jayavir 116 struck Cisco again for plus $866.25, pushing it from $1023.02 to $1889.45. That is calculated aggression.
One p.m. Eastern, and the throne is reinforced. Jayavir Madali stands at $6,046.01 in total tournament profit. As of 1 p.m. ET, the crown is glowing with 3 hours left in Market Mayhem.
And Chidambara Raja is parked in third at $4,270 cumulative. No fresh prints on the tape, just watching the top two swing at each other.
At 1 p.m. ET, Ayan Sansaji gets blasted on TSLA for negative $4,001.25. That is a volatility nuke going off in real time.
But same minute, 1 p.m. ET, he fires back on AMSN for plus $1838.85, a green counterpunch, trying to resurrect the run.
Back at 12:51 p.m. ET, Jayavir Madali clipped Cisco for plus $842.88. That is how a leader keeps the engine humming without drama.
And the grinder Nimish K. Singh is still fourth with $3,386.10 at 1 p.m. ET, 44 trades deep and stalking that $250 third place payout.
Groaning Sunil Cilio is still buried at negative $1421.80 cumulative as of 1 p.m. ET, 24 trades, and the drawdown just will not loosen.
Quantitatively, the spread between first and second at 1 p.m. ET is approximately $11.45, a meaningful but not insurmountable buffer given today's volatility profile.
3 hours and 34 minutes into Market Mayhem, and at 1:04 p.m. ET, Javier Madali still holds first with $6,003.28 in cumulative tournament profit. The throne is bending, but it is not breaking.
At 1:03 p.m. ET, TSLA just torched Ansan Saji for minus $4,316.25. That ticker is a chainsaw in a phone booth.
But at 1:03 p.m. ET, AMZN explodes back plus $1,602.90 for Ansan Saji. That is pure whiplash trading.
Quantitatively speaking, between 12:54 p.m. and 1:03 p.m. ET, TSLA and AMZN have alternated $1,000 swings for Ansan Saji, a volatility cluster bordering on statistical absurdity.
Sime minute though, 1:03 p.m. ET, MA clips him for minus $849.20. Even leaders bleed when the tape gets slick.
Gasping at 1:03 p.m. ET, the system flags a big loss of minus $675 for Ansan Saji. The red banner just keeps flashing.
Meanwhile, at 1:04 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh holds fourth with $3,386.10 cumulative across 44 trades, a high-frequency grind just below podium range.
"1:08 p.m. ET, and Javier Madali is still king of Market Mayhem with $5,889.38 in cumulative tournament profit. As of 1:08 p.m. ET, the throne is shaking, but it is not cracking.
At 1:07 p.m. ET, AMZN rips plus $1,671.15 for Ansan Saji, clawing back some dignity after that Tesla bloodbath.
But at 1:06 p.m. ET, TSLA nuked him for minus $4,355. That ticker is a jump scare every single minute.
And at 1:07 p.m. ETMMM explodes for plus $1,732 for Javier Madali. That is how a leader answers pressure with pure green fire.
Thai QQQ just clipped Nausil Patel for minus $412 at 1:07 p.m. ET. Leverage cuts both ways, and today it is cutting deep.
Gaspill prints plus $359 at 1:07 p.m. ET for Bull Beast. That is a quick green patch in an otherwise red tournament.
And lurking in third Chidambara Raja with $4,270 in cumulative tournament profit. Silent but dangerous as we roll past 1:08 p.m. ET. Three hours and 42 minutes into Market Mayhem, and at 1:12 p.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali is still on the throne with $5,812.98 in total tournament profit. The crown is glowing white hot.
At 1:11 p.m. ET TSLA just obliterates AN Sensaji for minus $4,603.75 on the symbol. That is a full boss level wipe.
And 1 minute earlier at 1:10 p.m. ET, TSLA clipped him again for minus $4,252.5. This is what uncontrolled leverage looks like in real time.
But at 1:11 p.m. ET, AM Zen fires back plus $1,398.15 for AN Sensaji. It is green, red, like a strobe light.
Precision strike at 1:07 p.m. ET. MMM prints plus $1,732 for Javier Madali, and that is how a champion extends daylight.
At 1:11 p.m. ET, AAPL gives Bull Beast plus $390 on the symbol. Respectable tape reading, but still a long climb from negative territory overall.
TQQ turns into a trapdoor at 1:09 p.m. ET, minus $536 for Nausil Patel on that ticker, and the floor just vanished.
Even with that AM Zen bounce at 1:11 p.m. ET, AN Sayan Saji stands at minus $2573 in total tournament performance at 1:12 p.m. ET. This is desperation trading in the danger zone. It is rank 2 versus rank 16 in Market Mayhem. PUV 25 and is standing at $5,016, while Anson sits at negative $3,116.35 as of 1:16 p.m. ET. This matchup is pure altitude versus freefall.
Momentum tells the real story. By 1:16 p.m. ET, PUV 25 and has climbed $5,017.5 over the window, while Ansan has dropped $3,111.85. One is compounding, the other is unraveling.
Risk posture could not be clearer. At 1:16 p.m. ET, BOV 25 and has all $5,016 realized, while Ansan is sitting on negative $3,116.35 entirely unrealized. Book gains versus floating pain.
As of 1:16 p.m. ET, BHUV 25 and holds $5,016 in total profit, notably with zero unrealized exposure, a fully crystallized equity curve.
One minute earlier at 1:15 p.m. ET, AMZN tried to cushion ANS with plus $1,528.8, but it was nowhere near enough to offset the damage.
From negative $452 at its trough to $5,016 at 1:16 p.m. ET, PWEV 25 and completed the comeback arc, while Ansan slid from a $1,086.5 peak to negative $3,116.35, opposite trajectories in the same arena.
At 1:16 p.m. ET, Ansan is parked at negative $3,116.35 with zero realized gains. That is exposure without confirmation.
Rank 2 and climbing, $5,016 on the board at 1:16 p.m. ET for PUV 25 and on. That is a direct assault on the $1,000 first prize.
Compare their peaks, $5,016 for BHUV 25N versus $1,086.5 for Ansan, and by 1:16 p.m. ET only one has sustained upside momentum.
By 1:16 p.m. ET, one trader has converted opportunity into $5,016 of realized profit, and the other is carrying negative $3,116.35 of open risk. That is discipline versus drift.
Three hours and 50 minutes in the Market Mayhem, and as of 1:19 p.m. ET, Javier Madali stands at $5,724.28 in cumulative tournament profit, still gripping first place with authority.
Groaning. That 1:19 p.m. ET TSLA hit flips an SN Saji from plus $1,312.35 to minus $3,520.15 on the day. That is not volatility, that is structural damage.
But the chase is alive. As of 1:19 p.m. ET, PUV 25 and holds $4,901 in cumulative tournament profit, still hunting that $1,000 first prize.
Even with that 1:17 p.m. ET AAPL bounce, Bull Beast sits at minus $568.62 for the tournament as of 1:19 p.m. ET, still outside the payout ladder.
Chidambara Raja remains statistically entrenched in third at $4,270 cumulatively. No fresh timestamp, but firmly inside the $250 payout bracket.
And do not ignore the grinder. As of 1:19 p.m. ET Nimish, K Singh is at $3,386.1 for the tournament with 44 trades fired. Relentless pressure from fourth.
Groaning. As of 1:19 p.m. ET, Ansan Saji is buried at minus $3,080.65 for the tournament, dead last in the standings after that TSLA roulette.
At 1:23 p.m. ET, Jayavir Medali stands tall with $5,694.71 in cumulative tournament profit. The throne still blazing with 2.5 hours to go.
TSLA just body slammed in SN Saji for minus $4,913.75 at 1:23 p.m. ET. That is a volatility cliff dive.
And in the same 1:23 p.m. ET minute, AM Zen Prince plus $1,283.10 for Ansan Saji, a bandage on a chainsaw wound.
The cluster from 1:13 p.m. ET through 1:23 p.m. ET shows repeated TSLA drawdowns exceeding $4,000 per print for Ansan Saji, an extreme volatility cascade.
Gaspi APL sneaks in at 1:17 p.m. ET with plus $412 for Bull Beast. That is a pulse check from the basement.
Even with that bounce, Bull Beast sits at minus $583.62 for the tournament as of 1:23 p.m. ET. Long road to the payout ladder.
Do not overlook the grinder. Nimish K Singh at $3,386.10 cumulatively as of 1:23 p.m. ET with 44 trades. Relentless pressure on that podium.
AM Zen keeps firing though. Plus $1,326 at 1:22 p.m. ET and plus $1,267.50 at 1:21 p.m. ET. For AM Zen Saji, that ticker is pure whiplash.
Groaning. But zoom out and Ansan Saji is still at minus $3,191.15 for the tournament as of 1:23 p.m. ET. Volatility without traction is just noise.
1:27 p.m. ET, and Javier Medali slammed Cisco for plus $690.25, pushing his cumulative tournament war chest to $5,719.33. The throne just got reinforced.
Groaning. You can trace the damage back minute by minute. TSLA bleeding over $4,000 repeatedly from 1:15 p.m. through 1:27 p.m. ET. That is not noise. That is refusal to cut risk.
Meanwhile, at 1:27 p.m. ET, that Cisco surge rockets Javier Medali even further above second place, $5,719.33 cumulative and counting. The gap widens.
Chuck Small Mercy at 1:17 p.m. ET. AAPL tossed Bull Beast plus $412, but he is still sitting at negative $608.62 for the tournament. Long road back.
Do not sleep on fourth. Nimish K. Singh holding $3,386.10 cumulative as of 1:27 p.m. ET. 44 trades of pressure waiting for one clean breakout.
From positive territory earlier to negative $3,301.65 cumulative as of 1:27 p.m. ET. That is what happens when volatility becomes addiction.
With 2 hours and 32 minutes remaining in the session, Javier Medali's $5,719.33 cumulative at 1:27 p.m. ET establishes a statistically significant buffer over the $4,901 second place mark.
$1:31 p.m. ET, and Javier Medali still reigns with $5,702.11 in cumulative tournament profit as of 1:31 p.m. ET. The throne still blazing in Market Mayhem.
TSLA just detonated again at 1:31 p.m. ET, minus $4,867.50 for Ayan Saji. That is a full elevator shaft drop.
And as of 1:31 p.m. ET, his cumulative tournament number is negative $3,330.15, dead last and digging deeper.
But at 1:28 p.m. ETM, MM erupted for plus $1,864 for Javier Medali. That is how a champion reinforces the crown.
Gasping, AM Zen keeps trying to save it, plus $1092 at 1:30 p.m. ET, but TSLA just keeps slamming the red button.
Look at the tape from 1:26 to 1:31 p.m. ET. Repeated TSLA losses north of $4,000. That is not volatility. That is overcommitment.
Meanwhile, Chidambara Raja holds steady in third with $4,270 cumulatively, silent but still hunting the podium.
Nimish K. Singh remains fourth at $3,386.10 cumulatively as of 1:31 p.m. ET, 44 trades reflecting sustained engagement.
Bull Beast is stuck at negative $608.62 cumulatively as of 1:31 p.m. ET, 17 trades and still sliding.
Two hours and 28 minutes left in the session, and AN San Saji is battling a minus $3,330.15 cumulative hold. As of 1:31 p.m. ET, this is survival mode. $1:36 p.m. ET, and Jayaveer Madali still reigns with $5,901.16 in cumulative tournament profit. As of 1:36 p.m. ET, the throne is holding strong in Market Mayhem.
Groaning. And Sansaji is getting mauled by TSLA again. At 1:35 p.m. ET, that ticker slammed him for minus $4,673.75 in a single print. That is brutal tape.
From 1:30 p.m. ET through 1:35 p.m. ET, TSLA delivered repeated drawdowns exceeding $4,000 per minute for AN San Saji, an extreme volatility cluster by any quantitative standard.
Gasping. And right before that, at 1:27 p.m. ET, Cisco added another $690.25 for Javier Madali. He is stacking green combos.
All that chaos leaves Sansaji at negative $2645.20 in cumulative tournament profit as of 1:36 p.m. ET. Dead last and running out of daylight.
Nimish K. Singh holds fourth with $3,386.10 cumulatively as of 1:36 p.m. ET across 44 trades, a high-frequency grind compared to the concentrated swings above.
If BWA 25 and finds one big spike in the next 2 hours, that $4,901 stack as of 1:36 p.m. ET could flip this entire elevator.
And down the ladder, Sunil Sulia sits at negative $1421.80 as of 1:36 p.m. ET. Plenty of trades logged, but still searching for a clean reversal.
4 hours and 10 minutes into Market Mayhem, and at 1:40 p.m. ET, Javier Madali stands tall with $5,712.95 in cumulative tournament profit. The elevator doors are closing on everyone else.
Gasping at 1:37 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja eats a brutal minus $4,450 big loss event and still clings to third overall with $4,190 cumulative. That is a heart attack and a podium in the same minute.
And it was not just one hit. At 1:39 p.m. TSLA slammed another minus $4,800. This is volatility turned into a demolition derby.
Between 1:32 p.m. ET and 1:40 p.m. ET, TSLA printed repeated losses exceeding $4,000 per swing for ANSAN Saji, partially offset by intermittent AMZN rebounds, a statistically violent two-ticker concentration.
Meanwhile, at 1:38 p.m. ET, quietly printed plus $1,887 for Javier Madali. That is how a leader answers chaos with precision.
Add the $658.63 from Cisco at 1:38 p.m. ET, and the king is stacking green bricks on the tower.
Gasping Sunil Solia is still last at 1:40 p.m. ET with negative $1,421.80 cumulative. That is a mountain climb with only 2 hours and 20 minutes left.
The throne at 1:40 p.m. ET pays $1,000 to first place, and right now Javier Madali is guarding that prize with $5,712.95 in total tournament dominance. Four hours and 14 minutes into Market Mayhem, and at 1:44 p.m. ET, Javier Madali still leads the entire tournament with $5,630.56 in cumulative profit. The throne is holding.
A 1:43 p.m. ET detonates for plus $1,960 for Javier Madali. That is a rocket strapped to the leader's back.
And at 1:43 p.m. ET, NVDA clipped him for minus $384.60. A reminder that even kings bleed on volatile tech.
TSLA just slammed an SAN Saji again at 1:43 p.m. ET for minus $5,308.75.
AMZN fires back.
That
Plus
is seismic red on the elevator floor.
$672.75 for ANSAN Saji. That is a desperate counterpunch.
Despite those swings, at 1:44 p.m. ET, NNSAN Saji sits 16th with negative $4,126.70 cumulatively, statistically the steepest deficit on the board.
Meanwhile, at 1:44 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja holds third overall with $4,045 in cumulative profit, quiet but still deadly in the payout zone.
Groaning. Down in 15th at 1:44 p.m. ET. Sunil Sulia shows negative $1421.80 cumulative. That is a long climb with just over 2 hours left.
One 1:48 p.m. ET, and Jayavir Madali still commands the grand leaderboard with $5,549.18 in total tournament profit. The throne is holding.
Chidambara Raja holds third at $4,045 overall as of 1:48 p.m. ET. Quiet tape but still cashing a podium check if this ended now.
TSLA just detonated again for ANSAN Saji, minus $5,578.75 at 1:48 p.m. ET. That is a full elevator shaft drop.
After that 1:48 p.m. ET hit, AN Sansaji's cumulative tournament number is negative $4,628.35, dead last and bleeding.
There was offsetting turbulence. NVDA marked minus $482.40 at 1:48 p.m. ET for Jayavir Madali, a partial retracement within the same minute cluster.
Fine. That slam leaves Madhav's Ravi at negative $250.31 cumulative as of 1:48 p.m. ET, 10th place and sliding.
Momentum spark. AMD blasted plus $813 at 1:46 p.m. ET for Nimish K. Singh. That is why he is steady in fourth.
Nimish K. Singh's cumulative tournament figure stands at $3,164.10 at 1:48 p.m. ET, high trade count and controlled ascent.
Chug the board. Sunil Sulia sits at negative $1421.80 overall at 1:48 p.m. ET, 24 trades and still underwater.
Bull Beast at negative $608.62. cumulative at 1:48 p.m. ET, is still in the fight, but that 17th trade better be magic.
With 2 hours and 12 minutes remaining, the delta between Jayaveer Madali at $5,549.18 and BOV 25 and at $4,901 as of 1:48 p.m. ET is material but not insurmountable.
At 1:51 p.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali stands tall at $5,580.43 in total tournament profit, still clutching rank 1 in Market Mayhem.
AMD just detonated. Nimish K. Singh ripped $835.50 at 1:51 p.m. ET on that ticker alone.
That AMD expansion at 1:51 p.m. ET pushes Nimish K. Singh to $3,181.60 cumulative, reinforcing his hold on fourth place.
And redemption arc alert. AN Sayan Saji claws back $711.75 on AM Zenit at 1:51 p.m. ET.
Gasping, rewind to 1:49 p.m. ET. Jayaveer Madali blasted $1,939 on MMM in a single surge.
That MMM spike at 1:49 p.m. ET helped stabilize earlier NVDA drawdowns, a volatility compression maneuver from the current leader.
Do not ignore third place. At 1:51 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja holds $4,045 in total tournament profit and is lurking.
Eight trades deep and beware 25 and is still second at 1:51 p.m. ET with $4,901. That is pressure on the throne.
At 1:51 p.m. ET, the podium reads Jayaveer Madali first with $5,580.43, Puv 25 in second with $4,901, and Chidambara Raja third with $4,045, a tightly stacked prize ladder.
Groaning. Volatility crown still belongs to Ansan Saji. TSLA down over $5,000 at 1:48 p.m. ET and 1:50 p.m. ET swings. That is emotional damage.
Gasping down the table at 1:51 p.m. ET. Now Sil Patel is negative $553.95 overall and needs a miracle run.
Two hours and 8 minutes left in the session, and Jayaveer Madali at 1:51 p.m. ET is defending $5,580.43 like a champion. 1:56 p.m. ET, and Javier Madali is still number one, sitting on $5,739.70 in total tournament profit as of 1:56 p.m. ET. The throne is under siege, but it stands.
Chidambara Raja is parked in third at $4,045 as of 1:56 p.m. ET. Negative on the day, but still clutching that $250 payout slot.
Gasping at 1:55 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh just ate a massive loss of $1062.50, a brutal momentum snap with SQQ dumping $703 at 1:55 p.m. ET.
But he fought back on AMD at 1:55 p.m. ET with a $384 pop, refusing to let that red candle define him.
Let us not forget, at 1:55 p.m. ET, TSLA had already carved out $4,831.25 from Ansan Saji. That ticker has been a demolition crew all afternoon.
That $1934 surge on MMM at 1:55 p.m. ET is how a champion defends $5,739.70 in cumulative profit as of 1:56 p.m. ET.
Gaspig Gaktikar barely clinging above water with $1.50 total tournament profit as of 1:56 p.m. ET. That is razor-thin survival mode.
And even after that, bouncing San Saji sits at negative $3,335.05 cumulative as of 1:56 p.m. ET. 2 hours left for a miracle run. It is 2 p.m. ET, and this is BHUV 25 and A versus Anson, rank 2 against rank 16 in Market Mayhem with 2 hours left in the session.
As of 2 p.m. ET, BHUV 25 and holds $5,016 total tournament PNL, while Anson stands at negative $3,766.25, a statistically massive divergence at this snapshot.
Look at the swing range by 2 p.m. ET. Beaver 25 and ripped from a trough of negative 576 to a peak of 5,016. Ansan bounced from $1,146.50 all the way down to negative 4,012.
Risk posture at 2 p.m. ET is radically different. BOG25 AN shows $5,016 realized and zero unrealized, whereas Anson is entirely unrealized at negative $3,766.25.
By 2 p.m. ET, P525 and has locked in the full $5,016 as realized gains. No open risk hanging over the account.
Gasping at 1:59 p.m. ET, TSLA slams Ansan for negative $4,837.50 on the symbol. That is a volatility earthquake. Same 1:59 p.m. ET snapshot and AMSN punches back plus $1058.85 for Ansan. It is green, red, green in 60 seconds.
At 2 p.m. ETBH UV25 sits green and composed at $5,016, while Ansan fights from negative $3,766.25. That is second place stability versus 16th place chaos.
At 2 p.m. ET, Ansan is carrying negative $3,766.25 entirely unrealized. That means the pain is still open on the screen.
From negative 576 to 5,016 by 2 p.m. ET for BO25 and A, compared to Ansan collapsing from $1,146.50 to negative 4,012. These are opposite elevator rides.
Contrast that with BHUV25 and at 2 p.m. ET, $5,016 fully realized and statistically insulated from further mark-to-market variance.
Two hours left in Market Mayhem and at 2 p.m. ET BO25 and is defending $5,016 in rank 2, while Anson tries to claw back from negative $3,766.25 in rank 16.
Net trajectory by 2 p.m. ET shows BHUV25 and improving with positive $5,017.50 delta, while Anson declines negative $3,761.75. The momentum vectors are mathematically opposed.
$2:04 p.m. ET, and the throne is blazing. Javier Maddaley stands first with $5,898.93 in cumulative tournament profit as of 2:04 p.m. ET. The crown is still welded to his head.
At 2:03 p.m. ET, AMD explodes for plus $1,156.5 on the symbol for Nimish K. Singh. That is a rocket strapped to rank 4.
Droning. Same minute, 2:03 p.m. ET, SQQ clips him for minus $508. That hedge giveth and taketh away in seconds.
But the system flags a big win at 2:03 p.m. ET, plus $961 overall for Nimish K. Singh. That is momentum roaring back into the top 4.
And do not forget at 2:02 p.m. ET, NVDA tapped him for minus $316.2. Even kings catch a stray bullet in this tape.
Third place Chidambara Raja shows $4,045 in cumulative tournament performance as of 2:04 p.m. ET, notably quiet while volatility concentrates below him.
TSLA fires plus $340.23 at 2:03 p.m. ET for Madhav Ravi. That is a clean boost for rank 5 trying to climb.
And yet at 2:03 p.m. ETAMZN punches back plus $1,140.75 for Ansan Saji. This is a heavyweight bout in the basement of the leaderboard. 2:08 p.m. ET, and Javier Madley still commands the summit with $5,882.88 in cumulative tournament profit as of 2:08 p.m. ET, but the air up here is getting thin.
At 2:07 p.m. ET, AMD detonates for plus $12.99 for Nimish K. Singh. That ticker just turned into a rocket booster.
And he stacks it, a big win of plus $726.50 at 2:07 p.m. ET, dragging his daily total up to $14.59. That is disciplined aggression.
But SQQ bites back at 2:07 p.m. ET, minus $478 on that swing. This is volatility ping pong.
Madhav S. Ravi strikes TSLA for plus $340.23 at 2:07 p.m. ET, a clean electric surge into the mid-table.
Meanwhile, at 2:07 p.m. ET, SLA torches Ansan Saji for minus $4,478.75. That is not a pullback. That is a crater.
Chidambara Raja holds third with $4,045 in cumulative tournament profit as of 2:08 p.m. ET, maintaining podium integrity despite minimal trade count.
Groaning Bull Beast sits at minus $608.62 for the tournament as of 2:08 p.m. ET. 17 trades and still digging.
Gasping, careful though. At 2:06 p.m. ET, NVDA clipped Javier Madley for minus $302.40. Even kings can bleed.
Structurally concerning, ANSA and Saji now reflects minus $2779.10 in cumulative tournament performance as of 2:08 p.m. ET, volatility without recovery.
At 2:11 p.m. ET, Javier Madley is still commanding the throne with $5,841.53 in cumulative tournament profit. The crown remains locked in.
At 2:11 p.m. ET, AMD explodes for plus $11.31 for Nimish K. Singh. That is a turbo boost straight up the leaderboard.
Sign minute, 2:11 p.m. ET. SQQ clips Nimish K. Singh for minus $558. That hedge bled while the longs tried to carry the day.
But the net effect at 2:11 p.m. ET is Nimish K. Singh holding $3,237.1 in cumulative tournament profit. Fourth place is heating up.
Groaning. And even with AMZN printing plus $1,195.35 at 2:11 p.m. ET, AMZN Saji still sits at negative $2,973.9 in cumulative tournament performance as of 2:11 p.m. ET. The hole is deep.
Flashback to 2:08 p.m. ET when Cisco pumped plus $715 for Javier Madela. That was the reinforcement that fortified first place.
Sighing down at the bottom, Sunil Sulia is at negative $1,421.8 in cumulative tournament performance as of 2:11 p.m. ET. Active but still digging out.
Market Mayhem lives up to its name at 2:11 p.m. ET. AN San Saji, whipped by TSLA and rescued by AMSN in the same minute. Pure volatility theater. (2:16 p.m. ET) and Javier Madali is still commanding the summit with $5,859.65 in cumulative tournament profit as of 2:16 p.m. ET. The throne of Market Mayhem remains firmly under his control.
TSLA just nuked an SN Saji for negative $4,528.75 at 2:15 p.m. ET. That is a volatility meteor straight through the portfolio. Gasping AMD is on a heater for Nimish K. Singh, plus $1,251 at 2:15 p.m. ET, after earlier bursts over 1100. That ticker is spiking like a boss fight health bar.
The internal hedge is fascinating. SQQQ dropped $498 at 2:15 p.m. ET, while TQQ added $376 at 2:15 p.m. ET for Nimish K. Singh, a leveraged tug-of-war inside a single minute.
Down the table, Sunil Sulia is at negative $1421.80 for the tournament as of 2:16 p.m. ET, 24 trades deep and still searching for traction.
Rewind to 2:13 p.m. ET. MMM exploded for plus $1,776 for Javier Madali. That was the power spike that reinforced the crown.
And do not sleep on fourth place, Nimish K. Singh, at $3,363.60 cumulatively as of 2:16 p.m. ET, with 55 trades fired. That is relentless pressure on the podium. 2:20 p.m. ET, and the throne is still blazing. Javier Madali leads Market Mayhem with $5,849.11 in cumulative tournament profit as of 2:19 p.m. ET, first place gripping that $1,000 prize.
AMD just went turbo at 2:19 p.m. ET, plus $1,173 for Nimish K. Singh, and that rips his day green again. The momentum is feral.
And yet at 2:19 p.m. ET, he also eats minus $588 on SQQ. That hedge keeps bleeding every time the semis squeeze.
Net effect as of 2:19 p.m. ET places Nimish K. Singh at $3,225.10 cumulatively. Fourth position, high activity profile with 55 trades executed.
But AMZN fires back at 2:19 p.m. ET, plus $1,234.35. A counterpunch trying to resurrect AMZN Saji from the abyss. Meanwhile, Chidambara Raja stands firm in third with $4,045 cumulatively as of 2:19 p.m. ET, still clutching that $250 payout slot.
This AMD SQQ TQQ triangle is wild. Every minute at 2:18 and 2:19 p.m. ET, he is flipping triple-digit swings like it is a speed run.
1 hour and 40 minutes left in the session, and as of 2:19 p.m. ET, Javier Madali still commands $5,849.11. The leader watching the chaos from above. $2:23 p.m. ET, and Javier Madali detonates MMM for plus $1,767, flipping his daily to $1,661.90 and fortifying that first place throne.
At 2:23 p.m. ET, TQQ punches in another plus $344 for Nimish K. Singh. That leveraged rocket will not sit still.
Groaning. He is juggling chainsaws. SQQ bled minus $543 at 2:22 p.m. ET, while AMD printed plus $951 in that same minute. That is not hedging, that is street fighting.
Nevertheless, as of 2:23 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh holds $3,096.10 cumulatively, consolidating fourth with sustained trade frequency now at 57 executions.
But AMZN fires back at 2:23 p.m. ET, with plus $12.59.70 for AM San Saji. The comeback flame refuses to die. Second place BHEV 25 and stands at $4,901 cumulative as of 2:23 p.m. ET. The gap to first now over $1,000 and widening.
Gasping, meanwhile, Nasil Patel is stuck at negative $553.95 cumulative as of 2:23 p.m. ET. That red zone is getting crowded.
And Sunil Sulia at negative $1421.80 cumulative as of 2:23 p.m. ET is running out of runway, 24 trades and still underwater.
With 1 hour and 36 minutes left in Market Mayhem, Javier Madley is commanding the arena at $5,921.28 cumulative as of 2:23 p.m. ET, the $1,000 prize glowing in his sights. Market Mayhem traders compare is live at 2:28 p.m. ET, and it is Javier 116 versus BOV 25 and versus Nemesis EFR in a three-way war for control of the elevator.
POV 25 and is sitting on $5,016 total as of 2:28 p.m. ET, and every single dollar of that is realized, zero unrealized fluff.
Meanwhile, Javier 116 at 2:28 p.m. ET shows $1,735.08, and it is entirely unrealized. That is pure open position adrenaline.
That is the clash right there. Javier 116 floating $1,735.08 at 2:28 p.m. ET versus BOV 25 and locking in $5,016 at the same moment.
Groaning, Javier 116 has traded 0 shares while Nimis Schrieffer has pushed 27600 shares as of 2:28 p.m. ET. That is patience versus pure volume warfare.
Momentum check, BR25, and is up $5,017.50 in Delta by 2:28 p.m. ET, climbing from a trough of negative $358 earlier today.
Nimis gained $991 in delta by 2:28 p.m. ET, bouncing from a mild negative $85 trough, less dramatic but steady.
Peak versus pain. BHUV 25 and peaked at $5,016. Jayavir 116 topped at $2093.85. And Nimitz Shofar hit $1657, all measured by 2:28 p.m. ET.
Also at 2:26 p.m. ET, TQQ added $376 for Nimitz SHHFR, moving that symbol from $609 to $985 in cumulative impact.
But that same 2:26 p.m. ET print shows SQQQ hitting Nimitz Shishfor for minus $588, trimming from $1573 down to $985. Volatility cuts both ways.
Jayavir 116 is low activity with 0 shares, while Nimitz Shofar is high volume chaos at 27600 shares by 2:28 p.m. ET. That is Monk versus Machine Gun.
Risk posture divergence is stark. BHUV 25 and fully realized at $5,016, while Nimitz ISH-AHFR maintains $191 unrealized as of 2:28 p.m. ET, implying different endgame strategies.
With 1 hour and 32 minutes left as of 2:28 p.m. ET. This traders compare battle is pure strategy versus aggression versus precision, and only one rides the elevator to that $1,000 first place prize. $2:32 p.m. ET, and Jayavir Madali is still on the throne with $6,051.11 in cumulative tournament profit as of 2:32 p.m. ET. The crown is glowing brighter with 90 minutes left.
Tasping at 2:31 p.m. ET, AMD explodes again for plus $11.50 for Nimish K. Singh. That is a turbo boost straight at the podium.
But in that same 2:31 p.m. ET minute, SQQ ripped minus $448 out of Nimish K. Singh, classic whiplash from leveraged toys.
And do not forget, at 2:30 p.m. ET, AMD already printed plus $1,002 for Nimish K. Singh, back-to-back green candles, lighting up the 4th place challenger.
Meanwhile, at 2:31 p.m. ET, SLA slammed Ansan Saji for minus $4,541.25. Another brutal chapter in an already painful afternoon.
And it was not a one-off. At 2:29 p.m., ETSLA dropped minus $4,713.75 for Renaissance Saji. This ticker is a boss battle. He cannot clear.
There was a counterpunch. At 2:30 p.m. ET, AMZN added $1304.55 for ANSAN Saji, yet the magnitude of TSLA losses continues to dominate the variance profile. In third place, as of 2:32 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja holds $4,045 cumulatively, notably negative on the day, yet resilient in overall tournament standing.
With 1 hour and 28 minutes left, Jayavir Madali controls the elevator with $6,051.11 as of 2:32 p.m. ET. But AMD fuel surges from Nimish K. Singh are shaking the cables. 2:36 p.m. ET, and Jayaveer Madali still rules the grand leaderboard with $6,078.16 in cumulative tournament profit as of 2:36 p.m. ET. The throne is fortified.
At 2:35 p.m. ET, AMD explodes for plus $1,296 for Nimish K. Singh. That is a jet boost straight into the top 4 fight.
And it started at 2:30 p.m. ET with AMD printing plus $1,002, then stacked again at 2:31 p.m. ET with another $11.50. That is discipline scaling.
TQQQ joins the party at 2:31 p.m. ET with plus $488, and again at 2:32 p.m. ET with plus $544 for Nimish K. Singh. That is momentum surfing.
Meanwhile, at 2:30 p.m. ET, TSLA ripped minus $4,640 from AN Sansaji and kept hammering with more $4,000 hits through 2:34 p.m. ET. That tape is merciless.
Do not forget Chidambara Raja sitting third with $4,045 in cumulative profit as of 2:36 p.m. ET. Quiet hands, but still in the payout zone.
Down near the bottom, Sunil Sulia is at negative $1,421.80 cumulative as of 2:36 p.m. ET, 24 trades deep and still underwater.
With 1 hour and 24 minutes left in Market Mayhem, the $1,000 first prize is still Jayaveer Madali's to lose as of 2:36 p.m. ET, but this elevator can still drop or launch. $2:40 p.m. ET, and Jayaveer Madali still commands Market Mayhem with $6,085.70 in cumulative profit as of 2:40 p.m. ET. The throne is glowing with 1 hour and 20 minutes left.
Nimish K. Singh just went berserk on AMD at 2:39 p.m. ET, ripping plus $1,476 in a single print. That ticker is a rocket strapped to his rank 4 engine.
And a minute earlier at 2:38 p.m. ET, he squeezed another $1,530 out of AMD. That is not luck, that is sizing into volatility.
Rewind to 2:37 p.m. ET, and AMD detonates again for $1,449 for Nimish K. Singh. The green candles are chanting his name.
There was minor counterflow at 2:36 p.m. ET when SQQQ marked minus $318 for Nimish K. Singh, but the net cluster across AMD and TQQ remains decisively positive.
TSLA just kept body slamming him at 2:33 p.m. ET for minus $4,550. That ticker turned into a boss fight he could not clear.
But at 2:37 p.m. ET AM Zen, fired back plus $1,439.10 for AM San Saji, a flash of green and a sea of red.
Quietly holding third, Chidambara Raja stands at $4,050 cumulative as of 2:40 p.m. ET, benefiting from the turbulence without adding new exposure.
With $3,953.60 cumulative at 2:40 p.m. ET, Nimish K. Singh is hunting the podium. AMD volume surging, and the crowd can feel the comeback.
With 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining as of 2:40 p.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali's $6,085.70 cumulative lead remains statistically robust, yet sustained volatility in AMD and TSLA suggests the endgame may still produce nonlinear outcomes.
At 2:43 p.m. ET, Javeer Madali is still your number one warlord with $6,075.96 in total tournament profit. The throne is glowing red hot.
AMD just went nuclear at 2:43 p.m. ET for Nimish K. Singh plus $1,218 in a single print. That is pure volatility farming.
And at 2:43 p.m. ET, QQQ tacked on another $436 for Nimish K. Singh. That is how you stack green candles when the tape is twitchy.
Those clustered prints lift Nimish K. Singh to $3,590.10 cumulative as of 2:43 p.m. ET, consolidating fourth and compressing distance to the podium.
Gas payback TSLA spikes around 2:42 to 2:43 p.m. ET for Madhav Ravi, over $300 each time. That ticker is flipping like a boss fight.
Meanwhile, TSLA ripped minus $4,438.75 from AN San Saji at 2:43 p.m. ET. That is not a pullback. That is structural damage.
After that 2:43 p.m. ET cascade, AN San Saji stands at negative
Do not forget the silent
$26.05
assassin.
cumulative,
At
the widest deficit
2:43
on the
p.m.
current
ET,
board.
Chidambara Raja is holding third with $4,125 cumulative, lurking for a late strike.
The gap from Javeer Madali at $6,075.96 to Chidambara Raja at $4,125 as of 2:43 p.m. ET is big, but one monster candle can flip a lobby.
Up 2:43 p.m. ET, Nauzul Patel registers negative $553.95 cumulative, a statistically recoverable drawdown, but time decay is accelerating.
Three-way clash at 3 p.m. ET. Ansan versus P99 versus Bull Beast. Ranked 16, 12, and 13. Locked in a basement brawl with 1 hour left.
Groaning. Separated by pennies at 3 p.m. ET. P99 at negative 427.50 and Bull Beast at negative 375.62. That is a razor-thin fight for rank 12 versus 13.
Bull Beast dropped $370.62 by 3 p.m. ET compared to P99 down $427. That is slightly stronger footing in the same red storm.
Risk posture at 3 p.m. ET. P99 has the full negative 427.50 realized, clean and closed, while Ansan is sitting on negative 3,757.35 entirely unrealized.
Aggression board at 3 p.m. ET. Bull Beast has fired 3,006 shares across 3 stocks. P99 pushed 1,670 shares across 2. Ansan 0 shares across 2 names.
At 2:59 p.m. ET, TSLA smashes hands for negative $4,901.25 on the symbol. That is a last-minute shockwave.
Also at 2:59 p.m. ET, AMSN prints plus $1341.60 for Ansan, a rebound punch in the middle of the chaos.
Compare the composure. P99 locked negative 427.50 by 3 p.m. ET and stepped back. Ansan still wrestling negative 3,757.35 with open exposure.
From peak to pain, Ansan from 951.50 down to negative 3,757.35 by 3 p.m. ET. Bull Beast from 896 to negative 873. That is totally different turbulence.
One hour left after 3 p.m. ET, and this trio is separated by thousands between first and last in this matchup. P99 barely ahead of Bull Beast, and Ansan fighting gravity.
But between Bull Beast at negative 375.62 and P99 at negative 427.50 at 3 p.m. ET, that is basically one decent trade flipping rank 12 and 13.
.304 p.m. ET, and Jayaveer Madali still reigns supreme with $5,985.66 in cumulative tournament profit. As of 3:04 p.m. ET, the throne is fortified.
At 3:03 p.m. ET, SQQ rips plus $585 for Chidambara Raja. That inverse rocket just blasted the second place engine.
Same 3:03 p.m. ET print. TQQQ stacks another $420 for Chidambara Raja, playing both sides of the leveraged fire.
And do not blink. Behuvi 25 and sits third at $4,901 in cumulative tournament profit as of 3:04 p.m. ET, waiting for chaos to strike above.
And at 3:03 p.m. ET, AMSN claws back $1,249.95 for Ansan Saji, but that is a bandage on a deep wound.
Structurally, ANSAN Saji remains 16th with negative $3,278.45 in cumulative tournament performance as of
Nimish K.
3:04
Singh
p.m.
grinding
ET,
in fourth with
statistically distant from prize allocation.
$3,455.10
Growing.
cumulative as
Samuel
of
Sulia sitting
3:04 p.m.
15th at negative
ET and 62 trades
$1421.80
with
cumulative
relentless
as of
pressure from the
3:04
engine
p.m.
room.
ET, 24 trades and still underwater.
At 3:01 p.m. ET, TSLA clips Madhaf S. Ravi for negative $351.31. That is a sharp jolt in the mid-table.
With less than an hour remaining, Jayaveer Madali at $5,985.66 cumulative as of 3:04 p.m. ET maintains a $660 margin over second, a meaningful but fragile lead in leverage conditions.
$3:08 p.m. ET and Jayaveer Madali still reigns supreme with $6,124.11 in cumulative tournament profit as of 3:08 p.m. ET. The throne of Market Mayhem remains fortified.
Gasping and Pube 25N is right there at $4,901 cumulative as of 3:08 p.m. ET. That second place seat is basically vibrating. At 3:07 p.m. ET, SQQ rips plus $465 for Chidambara Raja. That inverse rocket just blasted his daily total higher.
1 minute earlier, at 3:06 p.m. ET, TQQ printed plus $380 for Chidambara Raja. Leverage momentum on both sides of the tape.
But at 3:07 p.m. ET, AMZN fires back plus $1308.45 for ANSAN Saji. That chart is red-green-red like a broken arcade machine.
Even with that rebound, ANSAN Saji remains at negative $3,036.55 in cumulative tournament performance as of 3:08 p.m. ET, mathematically distant from prize contention.
Samuel Sulia is still buried at negative $1421.80 for the tournament as of 3:08 p.m. ET, 24 trades and counting with little to show for it.
Back at 3:03 p.m. ET, SQQ punched in plus $585 for Chidambara Raja. That is stacked volatility building the comeback ladder.
And at 3:04 p.m. ET, TQQ surged another plus $450 for Chidambara Raja, dual wielding leverage like a champion entering the final hour.
On the lower end, Manish Kapoor reflects negative $728 in cumulative tournament performance as of 3:08 p.m. ET, marginal daily recovery but long-term deficit.
With just 52 minutes left in the session, Javier Madali leads by more than $1,100 over second place as of 3:08 p.m. ET, but one volatility spike could rewrite the prophecy. "3:12 p.m. ET, and the throne still belongs to Javier Madali with $6,198.80 in cumulative tournament profit as of 3:12 p.m. ET. The crown is glowing with under 48 minutes left.
At 3:06 p.m. ET, SQQ rips plus $535 for Chidambara Raja, and that inverse rocket is spiking on every red candle.
And at 3:11 p.m. ET, SQQQ adds another $405 for Chidambara Raja. Steady pressure, no theatrics, just disciplined harvesting.
Do not ignore third place, BHUV 25, and holding $4,901 cumulatively as of 3:12 p.m. ET, one surge away from flipping this podium.
Groaning. It got worse at 3:11 p.m. ET. TSLA prints minus $4,777.50 for AN Sansagi. And that kind of repetition is not bad luck. That is structural pain.
Meanwhile, Nimish K. Singh stands at $3,455.10 cumulatively as of 3:12 p.m. ET, 62 trades deep, and still swinging for that podium.
Do not forget at 3:04 p.m. ET, TQQ pumped plus $450 for Chidambara Raja before the SQQ barrage. He is playing both sides of the volatility coin.
48 minutes remain, and as of 3:12 p.m. ET, Javier Madali leads by over $1,200. But in Market Mayhem, one volatility spike can rewrite destiny. 3:16 p.m. ET, and Javier Medali still reigns supreme with $6,200.11 in cumulative tournament profit. As of 3:16 p.m. ET, the throne is fortified with 44 minutes left in Market Mayhem.
Screaming Q is going absolutely feral for Chidambara Raja at 3:15 p.m. ET. It slams plus $385. That inverse rocket is lighting up the third place slot.
That surge locks Chidambara Raja at $4,710 cumulatively as of 3:16 p.m. ET, tightening his grip on the $250 podium payout.
And that was after TSLA hit him for negative $4,880 at 3:06 p.m. ET. The bleeding was not a cut, it was arterial.
The compensatory AMZ spikes of plus $1,349.40 at 3:09 p.m. ET and plus $1,308.45 at 3:07 p.m. ET were mathematically insufficient to
The
offset the
result
Tesla
is brutal.
cascade.
Ansay and Saji sits at negative $2,834 and
Meanwhile,
30 cents
Nimish K. Singh
cumulatively
remains
as of
fourth with
3:16 p.m. ET, last place, and
$3,455.10
staring up a
cumulatively
mountain
as
with
of
less than an hour
3:16
to
p.m.
climb.
ET, 62 trades executed, the highest
Sunil
activity
Sully is
profile in
still
the top
buried at
tier.
negative $1,421.80 cumulatively as of 3:16 p.m. ET. 24
SQQQ has
trades
printed
deep and
again and
digging the
again for
hole wider.
Chidambara Raja between 3:03 and 3:15 p.m. ET. Triple digit pops every few minutes. That ticker is pure adrenaline.
$3:20 p.m. ET, and Javier Medali stands tall with $6,274.51 in cumulative tournament profit as of 3:20 p.m. ET. The elevator throne still under his command.
TSLA at 3:19 p.m. ET just nuked an Saji for minus $4,697.50. That is a volatility cliff dive with no parachute.
And that 3:19 p.m. ET hit on TSLA drags his cumulative tournament total to negative $2,803.45 as of 3:20 p.m. ET, dead last and digging.
Gaspin, meanwhile, SQQ keeps printing for Chidambara Raja, plus $335 at 3:16 p.m. ET, and plus $385 at 3:15 p.m. ET. That inverse rocket is farming momentum.
Do not forget the grinder. Nemish K. Singh at $3,455.10 cumulatively as of 3:20 p.m. ET with 62 trades. That is relentless pressure on the podium.
And it was not just one candle. TSLA slammed him for minus $4,701.25 at 3:10 p.m. ET and minus $4,777.50 at 3:11 p.m. ET. That ticker is pure boss fight energy.
$3:24 p.m. ET, and Jayaveer Madali is still commanding the grand leaderboard with $6,276.33 cumulative as of 3:24 p.m. ET. The throne is blazing with only 36 minutes left.
At 3:23 p.m. ET, TSLA nuked NSE Ansage for minus $4,806.25. That ticker is a full boss raid and it keeps wiping the squad.
And in that same 3:23 p.m. ET minute AMSN prints plus $1355.25 for AN Sansagi, a desperate hedge swing, while the cumulative tournament total still sits at negative $2897.70 as of 3:24 p.m. ET.
Meanwhile, at 3:23 p.m. ET, AAPL erupts for plus $364 for Bullbeast, slicing that daily loss nearly in half and injecting life into a rank 13 comeback.
Gasping. Rewind to 3:16 p.m. ET, SQQ blasted plus $335 for Chidambara Raja, that inverse rocket keeping third place sticky and dangerous.
And zooming out to 3:24 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja holds $4,645 cumulative, quiet, methodical, and still very much inside the $250 payout bracket.
Do not forget the grinder, Nimish K. Singh at $3,455.10 cumulative as of 3:24 p.m. ET with 62 trades fired. That is relentless pressure on the ladder.
Nausil Patel is still red at negative $553.95 cumulative as of 3:24 p.m. ET. The bottom bracket is a traffic jam and nobody wants to be last into the bell.
36 minutes remain in Market Mayhem, and as of 3:24 p.m. ET, Javier Madali guards $6,276.33 cumulative, but one volatility quake could still shake this elevator to its core. "3:28 p.m. ET, and Javier Madali still commands the grand leaderboard with $6,286.66 in cumulative tournament profit as of 3:28 p.m. ET. The elevator throne is fortified.
At 3:27 p.m. ET, TSLA just nuked NS and Saji for minus $4,701.25, flipping that symbol from positive $1,483.95 to negative $3,217.30 in one violent swing.
But at that same 3:25 p.m. ET window, AMZ fired back plus $1,458.60 for AM San Saji, a desperate counterpunch in the middle of the storm.
Gasping. Meanwhile, at 3:16 p.m. ET, SQQ pops plus $385 for Chidambara Raja and then another $335. At 3:16 p.m. ET, that is back-to-back volatility farming.
Nimish K. Singh is stalking from fourth with $3,455.10 cumulative as of 3:28 p.m. ET. High volume, 62 trades, cable shaking under his feet.
At 3:23 p.m. ET, AAPL tossed Bull Beast a $364 lifeline, trimming that symbol from minus $747.62 to minus $383.62. Small mercy in a red tournament.
But do not count out BOV 25 AIM, $4,901 cumulative as of 3:28 p.m. ET in only 8 trades. Efficiency like a sniper waiting for one last clean shot. 3:32 p.m. ET, and Javier Madley still commands Market Mayhem with $6,318.31 in cumulative tournament profit. As of 3:32 p.m. ET, the throne is fortified with only 28 minutes left.
Gasping third place Chidambara Raja at $4,645 cumulative as of 3:32 p.m. ET. That podium is wobbling if someone finds a late game power-up.
Nimish K. Singh is parked in fourth with $3,455.10 cumulative as of 3:32 p.m. ET, 62 trades deep and still grinding for that top 3 payout.
At 3:21 p.m. ET, TSLA just obliterated Insane Saji for minus $4,863.75. That was a full boss level wipe.
And a minute later at 3:22 p.m. ET, TSLA ripped another minus $4,750 from Insane Saji. That ticker has been merciless all afternoon.
But the counter-strike at 3:31 p.m. ET, AMZ fires back for plus $1,456.65 for Insane Saji, a thunderclap of redemption.
At 3:23 p.m. ET, AAPL printed plus $364 for Bull Beast, trimming the damage but still leaving the cumulative tally underwater.
Down the table, Sunny Osulia is still negative $1421.80 cumulative as of 3:32 p.m. ET, 24 trades, and still searching for a miracle.
The volatility on TSLA and AMZN for Insane Saji between 3:16 p.m. ET and 3:31 p.m. ET is pure chaos. $5,000 swings like speed boosts into brick walls.
$3:36 p.m. ET, and Javier Madley stands tall with $6,251.01 in cumulative tournament profit as of 3:36 p.m. ET. The throne still blazing with just 24 minutes left.
At 3:35 p.m. ET, TSLA just nuked Insane Saji for minus $4,742.50. That is a volatility boss fight he keeps respawning into.
And at that same 3:35 p.m. ET print, AMZN clawed back $1450.80 for Insane Saji. Green flashes in between repeated $4,000 TSLA gut punches.
Rewind to 3:25 p.m. ET and TSLA ripped minus $4,726.25. Then again minus $4,701.25 at 3:27 p.m. ET. This ticker is pure chaos for Ansan Saji.
Despite those counter moves, Ansan Saji remains at negative $3,147.50 cumulative as of 3:36 p.m. ET, the widest deficit on the grand leaderboard and statistically distant from prize contention.
Quiet assassin alert. Chidambara Raja holds third with $4,645 cumulative as of 3:36 p.m. ET. Steady hands guarding that $250 payout slot.
Sunil Solia remains at negative $1421.80 cumulative as of 3:36 p.m. ET, 24 trades executed with insufficient net variance to escape the lower bracket.
Three Titans collide with 20 minutes left. Javier 116 rank 1, Boov 25 in rank 2, Nimishra for rank 4. This is the summit fight of Market Mayhem.
Rank 1 Jayaveer 116 at $1,906.27 versus Rank 2 Boov 25 and at 5,016 as of 3:40 p.m. ET. That is a leaderboard tension you can taste.
Both Javier 116 and Nimish Shefer are green at 3:40 p.m. ET with $1,906.27 and $1,357 respectively, but one rules from first and the other hunts from fourth.
Swing analysis at 3:40 p.m. ET. Jayaveer 116 climbed from minus $799.10 to a $2223.98 peak, while Boov 25 and dug out from minus $375 to a $5,016 high.
BF's 25 and stands at $5,016, all realized and zero unrealized at 3:40 p.m. ET. That is locked in profit. Seal Vault Energy.
Groaning. That is the philosophical split at 3:40 p.m. ET. Jayavir 116 floating $1906.27 versus Buve 25 and banking 5,016 in cold hard realized gains.
At 3:38 p.m. ET, CSCO exploded plus $684.75 for Javier 116, a late game power surge into first place defense.
So at 3:40 p.m. ET it is rank 1 Jayavir 116 with $1906.27, rank 2 Buv 25 and with 5,016, and rank 4 Nimbus Shrifwar with 1357, a three-way tension coil.
"20 minutes left, and the question roars: can Javier 116 protect first with $1906.27 at 3:40 p.m. ET, or does Behove 25 and Ains 5,016 become destiny?"
From minus troughs to green towers by 3:40 p.m. ET, all three are positive, but only one gets the $1,000 prize and the elevator is still moving.
Buckle up, 3:40 p.m. ET on the clock. Jayavir 116 versus BUF 25N versus Nimbus Shrifwar. This endgame is pure pressure cooker chaos.
As of 3:44 p.m. ET, Jayavir Madali stands at $6,167.15 in cumulative tournament profit, rank 1, statistically extending the gap with 16 minutes remaining.
Meanwhile, Linsan Saji answers with AM Zen Fire plus $1,499.55 at 3:42 p.m. ET. The comeback sermon is being preached.
Multiple TSLA hits between 3:35 and 3:40 p.m. ET, each north of negative $4,700. That is not volatility, that is self-inflicted trauma.
Even after the AMZN rebounds, AN San Saji remains at negative $3,021.35 cumulative as of 3:44 p.m. ET, still ranked 16 overall.
Do not sleep on BUV 25 Anan, $4,901 cumulative at 3:44 p.m. ET, still second place and stalking that $1,000 first prize.
And Nimish Singh is still lurking at $3,455.10 cumulative at 3:44 p.m. ET, 62 trades deep. That is pure grind mode.
Down the board, Sunil Sulia sits at negative $1,421.80 cumulative at 3:44 p.m. ET, 24 trades and still no daylight.
3:48 p.m. ET, and Javier Medali stands tall with $6,177.25 in cumulative tournament profit as of 3:48 p.m. ET. 12 minutes left to defend the throne.
And Chidambara Raja at 3:48 p.m. ET is sitting on $4,645 cumulative. That podium is tight and twitchy with second place only a few hundred away.
At 3:45 p.m. ET, TSLA rips minus $4,950 for Ain San Saji, another brutal flush in a day full of them.
But at 3:45 p.m. ET, AMZ snaps back plus $1,402.05 for AN San Saji.
Despite
it is
the
red, green, red,
oscillation,
green like a glitching
ANC
scoreboard.
and Saji remains at negative $3,030.85 cumulatively as of 3:48 p.m. ET, structurally last on the leaderboard.
Rewind to 3:43 p.m. ET. MMM explodes plus $1,774 for Javier Medali. That was the hammer strike that reinforced first place.
Do not sleep on Nimish K. Singh at 3:48 p.m. ET, $3,455.10 cumulative and 62 trades deep. That is pure volume pressure.
Conversely, Sunil Sulia sits at negative $1,421.80 cumulatively as of 3:48 p.m. ET, high activity yet persistently negative expectancy.
The gap from Javier Medali at $6,177.25 to Bull 25 and at 4,901 as of 3:48 p.m. ET is the size of one monster candle, and we have only 12 minutes for destiny.
Gasping, and every time AMZN pops back over plus $1,400 around 3:40 p.m. ET for AN San Saji, it just is not enough to cancel the Tesla avalanche.
With $4,645 cumulative as of 3:48 p.m. ET, Chidambara Raja remains within statistical striking distance of second place, should volatility spike into the close.
Final countdown in Market Mayhem. Javier Medali leads at 3:48 p.m. ET with $6,177.25 cumulative, but one last surge can still flip the script before the bell. Eight minutes left in Market Mayhem, and Javier Medali is still the apex predator with $6,130.61 in cumulative tournament profit. As of 3:52 p.m. ET, the throne is glowing red hot.
And do not forget at 3:44 p.m. ET, Sixgo printed plus $677.88 for Javier Medali. That is discipline stacking while everyone else is flinching.
Structurally, BHUV 25 and holds second with $4,901 in cumulative tournament performance as of 3:52 p.m. ET, approximately $1,200 behind first place, with time mathematically scarce.
Chidambara Raja is not out of this, with $4,645 cumulatively as of 3:52 p.m. ET, third place and hunting that $500 jump to second.
1 minute earlier at 3:50 p.m. ET, TSLA ripped minus $4,672.50 for AN Sansagi. That is not volatility. That is whiplash.
The cumulative consequence leaves ANC and Saji at negative $3,110.90 for the tournament as of 3:52 p.m. ET, statistically locked in 16th barring an extreme reversal.
Mid-table pressure. Nimish K. Singh stands at $3,455.10 cumulatively as of 3:52 p.m. ET with 62 trades fired. The volume warrior still swinging.
Basement battle check. Nausil Patel is at negative $553.95 cumulatively as of 3:52 p.m. ET, and every tick could flip right down there.
Manish Kapoor remains at negative $728 cumulatively as of 3:52 p.m. ET, a narrow corridor separating 13th from 12th in pure ranking mathematics.
(3:56 p.m. ET), and Jayaveer Madali is still king of Market Mayhem with $6,178.80 in cumulative tournament profit as of 3:56 p.m. ET. The throne is glowing with 4 minutes left.
Gasping and Chidambara Raja at 3:56 p.m. ET is sitting on $4,645 cumulative. That is striking distance if anything crazy hits the tape in the final minutes.
Groaning. At 3:55 p.m. ET, TSLA tags NSAN Saji for negative $4,665 on the symbol. Another brutal whipsaw in a day full of electric fence shocks.
But the same 3:55 p.m. ET minute AM Zen snaps back plus $1,187.55 for AN Saji. That chart is literally red green like it is glitching.
Even after those oscillations, AN Saji remains at negative $3,141.90 cumulative as of 3:56 p.m. ET, statistically locked in 16th position.
Meanwhile, at 3:55 p.m. ET, Cisco Prince plus $639.38 for Jayaveer Madali, the leader adding armor in the final stretch.
Do not sleep on the grinder. Nimish K. Singh at 3:56 p.m. ET is at $3,455.10 cumulative with 62 trades. That is pure volume warfare.
At 3:56 p.m. ET, Sunil Sulia remains at negative $1421.80 cumulative, despite 24 trades, a case study in churn without edge.
4 minutes left, and the top three are separated by just over $1,500 from first to third as of 3:56 p.m. ET. This prize ladder is still alive. Market closed at 4 p.m. ET, and this is the clash. Bavov 25 in rank 2, Madhavs are rank 6, Anson rank 16. 3 different destinies on one leaderboard.
Compare the stability at 3:59 p.m. ET, proven 25 and locked in 5016 fully realized, while Madhav Sir sits at negative 5.54 also fully realized. Clean books on both sides but very different outcomes.
At 3:59 p.m. ET, BF 25 and seals the day at $5,016. Every single dollar realized, 0 unrealized exposure. That is disciplined domination.
One minute earlier at 3:58 p.m. ET, AMZ and fires plus $1170 for Ensan, a desperate rebound in the middle of that volatility storm.
Structurally, at 3:59 p.m. ET, Anson shows negative $3,484 entirely unrealized and 0 realized, meaning the full risk remained open into the close.
Risk contrast at 3:59 p.m. ET, BHUV 25 and fully realized at 5,016, and Sand fully unrealized at negative 3,484. That is control versus exposure.
Aggression board at 3:59 p.m. ET, Pujiv 25 and fired 1,400 shares across 4 stocks. Madhav Sir 534 shares on 1, and Sun 0 shares across 2 names. That is activity imbalance.
Rank pressure at 3:59 p.m. ET, BO 25 and holds second with 5,016, while Madhavs are in sixth is nearly flat at negative 5.54. That is podium heat versus midfield grind.
Rewind to 3:55 p.m. ET. TSLA slammed negative $4,665 for Ansan. This was not one hit, it was a cascade.
Peak comparison at 3:59 p.m. ET, BHUV 25 and peaked at 5,016, while Anson's best was 972 earlier in the window. The ceiling heights are dramatically different.
From negative 262 at 10:14 a.m. ET to 5,016 by 3:59 p.m. ET, Poof 25 and authored a full intraday redemption arc.
Grasping 3 styles at 3:59 p.m. ET, B of 25 and green and climbing, Madhavs are red but controlled, Ansan red and slipping. That is the anatomy of a leaderboard spread.
Final snapshot at 3:59 p.m. ET, 5,016 for BHUV 25N, negative 5.54 for Madhav SR, negative 3,484 for Ansan. The numbers are locked and the contrast is undeniable.